Good morning, Council.
Judge, good morning. How are you, sir?
Wonderful. I just want to let you know I've got Graham in my waiting room. I just wanted to pull you in and let you know I got my secretary calling the prosecutor's office right now because we've recently switched prosecutors. I just wanted to make sure somebody was going to cover this today and it didn't get lost in the shuffle.
I got nothing else to do this morning but you, Judge.
All right. I didn't want to keep you hanging too long, so I'll put you back in the waiting room until we find out what's going on.
Thanks, boss.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Not your back.
Yeah, I'm back. So she had no idea that we had anything scheduled today. So I'm not even bothered getting her online. You know, you can play hardball and request a dismissal. I'll dismiss it. They're going to refile, and you know how it works.
What do you want me?
You want me to bring your client on so I explain? Why don't we do this? Let me bring your client on. I'll explain what happened, and let's just get rescheduled date. My secretary will call you and get something that's convenient.
Absolutely.
That work for you?
Sure.
All right, let me bring your client on. You know, they shuffled prosecutors out of the prosecutor's office, and the outgoing prosecutor didn't tell the new prosecutor what was going on.
Sure.
Good morning, Mr. Graham.
Good morning.
Hey, Kamani, how are you?
All
Oh, pretty good.
right, you can hear me? Mr. Graham, I was just explaining to your attorney that we recently underwent a change of prosecutors representing our court or assigned to our court. And the prosecutor that's now assigned to our court didn't get the heads up from the prosecutor that was assigned to our court that this motion was scheduled today. So I'm going to reschedule it. The prosecutor had no clue, didn't have a chance to look at the paperwork or anything else. So I apologize for that. My secretary will contact Mr. Rosenberg and reschedule, try to fit his calendar so it's not too much of an inconvenience for him. Any questions, Mr. Graham?
No questions.
All right, I apologize for the mix-up.
Happy holidays, Judge.
You as well, counsel. We've got 4 exams scheduled this morning, so it might be this afternoon before Paula contacts you.
No sweat. Thank you very much, Judge.
All right, sorry about the screw up.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
No problem.
She was just getting to the office. She said she doesn't even like Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning.
Hang on one second. Yeah, just a minute, Jane, okay? And I'll let you in. I see that you're there. So hang on just a minute. Okay, hang on. Hang on just a second, okay? All right. Judge wants to know if we're waiting on your client, if you're waiting on them or if you're going to appear without them or...
He's in the jail. We were going to waive the exam if the prosecutor consents, although I just don't know if they'll get Mr. Wright Bowles for this morning.
Okay. Hang on just a second, Jonathan. Jane, Judge wants me to bring you in, okay? And then you can call me back. Well, what happened, that's okay, because what happened is Judge already talked to Mr. Rosenberg, and he's willing to reschedule. He explained that we've had a change of hands and how many times, and so I'm going to call him back this afternoon and reschedule it, okay?
Good morning, People versus Ian Wright Bowles appearances.
Can you hear me and see me now?
Yep. Your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. From Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, Jonathan Hortis, P78948, on behalf of Mr. Ian Wright Bowles.
Good morning, Mr. Hortus.
Morning.
I'm gonna put on my headphones so I don't have to bother you guys.
Mr. Hortus, your guy's in jail, right?
That's correct, and we are looking to waive the preliminary exam this morning if we can get him.
Okay. You don't want to waive his presence? You want to try to get him on?
If the court would permit me, I'd waive his presence. Normally it's been my practice that the client is present for this kind of thing.
I can guarantee we're not going to get him on now.
Okay.
I mean, maybe at 11 o'clock we might get him.
If the court is willing to take a waiver without his presence, then I would be willing to do it. It's a conversation he and I have already had and confirmed.
Okay.
Ms. Gills, do you have any objection to a waiver?
I don't have any objection to a waiver, Mr. Hortis, but the officer in charge would like to speak to you.
Okay.
Well, I don't think he's zoomed in yet. His name is
Nope.
Special Agent Brian Bolish.
I could just, if you could give him my cell phone number, he could call me. I can put it in the chat.
I don't think I have. Okay, yeah. Put it in the chat.
All right. So, Mr. Hortus, the AOI date would be the 21st,
That's fine.
9 a.m. Bond continued.
And Judge, I'll just state for the record that I did go over the...
All right. Anything else we can do on this one?
No, Your Honor. I just want to make sure the record's clear. I did go over my client's right to a preliminary exam and explain to him that there was a probable cause standard at the preliminary exam and that he'd be giving that up, both the in-person hearing and having the prosecutor meet that burden by waiving his exam, and he agreed.
All right. Awesome. Good luck getting a hold of him so you can tell him what happened.
Understood. Thank you.
And I'll give your number.
Thank you, Mr. Hortus. All right.
To get in. This guy's going flying fast, and
All right, Ms. Gills, you're all set with me?
I am. I'll have the agent, because it's not even 9 o'clock, so this guy runs fast, but I'll have the agent call you. He did want to talk to you.
Okay, yeah, just have him call me on my cell
For the
phone.
case, it's kind of unusual.
It is. All right, thanks.
Yep. like, is there like a secret way to this mouse? I'll try using that. I know. Here, okay. I would call them, because the only ones that have passwords that I know is 18th district. For some reason. Yeah, it's very six. Yeah, nobody else has passwords except 18th district. You could try going back out. That's very strange. Does it still keep saying ask for password? Yeah, and then I called her and they won't return it. Okay. Yeah, let me. So you went into launch me, right? Yeah. What is the password? You know, meeting number? I know, crazy. I know. So it's overlapping. So you gotta like drag it from here to here, going off this way and then come up. To here. Drag it off the side and out. Zoom launcher. Yeah, I think I said, I think I did both. Usually I just said launch. Try to get him password there. Try it the same thing. What? I'm gonna be wrong. That's it's a password. This is this is the number to get in. And you kind of have a password. I don't know where to go. Situation here. It's like just keep going all the way up the page. Yeah.
Morning.
Hey,
I just have a question.
okay.
So I have this CSC case, and I don't know how. I mean, I'm probably gonna end up sending it down regardless. But how are they charging? She's 15 now. She was 14 when they started dating.
You know
He
what?
was 16. He's, from what I can tell, he's 17 now. About to turn 18.
Yeah, how old was he when the crime occurred?
Well, the crime in our city, he would have been 17.
Okay, send it downtown. It goes downtown.
Yeah.
And then you gotta send it to the CST unit. I don't know the new Romeo and Juliet laws that came out like 5 years ago.
Yeah. You think they would charge that?
I don't know the laws.
Yeah.
It used to be they'd charge it
Yeah, I know
10 years ago. when
I know they got away from it a little bit just because of high schoolers dating and everything like that.
Yeah, they have this Romeo.
Because in the
You know what? I can't I'm not trying to be rude. I am waiting for a judge to come on and I'm trying to get this young gal
Okay.
started. So I'm a little overwhelmed
Yeah,
right now.
no problem.
You're okay if they say the meeting's not started? It should say that you're break. Right, or it's like, we're waiting. Do you want to try from your computer? I can tell you that. Well, I don't remember how I got into your book. That's the trouble. If it's asking for a password on this, I feel like wouldn't they ask for one on mine? Yeah, I don't know. You know, I meant you to get onto the different things. I can't remember what Dearborn, like how you're gonna get online in Dearborn Heights. We use the police department's Wi-Fi. See what I'm saying? Or the court's Wi-Fi. Yeah, they all say secure. Well, I used to know the code. It's something like something to. Shoot, I wish I brought my computer because it's logged in, you know, I'm already. Because I used to go over to court and use my own computer. Did you get in? Hi, this is Sarah Benello speaking. Hi, thank you. Awesome, thank you so much. I'm logging right now. All right, thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, they have a password on there. It's normally. That's weird because it's not on that sheet. Yeah, should I write it cheaper? Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. I don't know why she wouldn't. I didn't have the sheet until I came out here, so I had them all in my notes inside my phone. There you are, look, you're like a movie star. How do I don't know what I'm more nervous about, this mouse or the docket. Okay, if it pops you up front, why don't you just move the laptop off to the side and just use the regular. Oh no, the laptop has the. See, mine's off to the side like this.
Good morning. Can I ask what case you're here on, please?
Oh shoot, what happened?
Can I ask what case you're here on, Mr. Bolash?
Yes, it's Special Agent Brian Bolash. I'm here for an exam for Ian Wright Bowles at 9 a.m.
You want to put me in a breakout room with him, Paula? That exam waived 10 minutes ago, but
Yeah.
I have the defense
Okay.
attorney's number.
Okay. Judge, she needs to go into a breakout room with him.
Shoot, I broke my headphones on one side. Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Weberman.
Good morning.
What case are you here on, please?
I have HS versus Davis. It's a creditor's exam.
Okay, you're in the wrong Zoom room. You're going to have to contact the civil department for their Zoom.
All right, I will click. I was just on the website and I clicked on 2, so I'll probably. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, bye.
Hey, Cindy, this is Jane Gillis. Hi, you know what? I just got across my email, my work email, some
Jay, let me get that number for you real quick out of the file, okay?
We need.
Thank you, Paula.
Jane, you ready?
For what?
Phone number
Yeah.
for Stephanie, 248
Uh-huh.
270
Okay.
6689.
Thanks.
Yep.
I'm gonna call her, see what's going on.
Yep. I'll call you back. Just let him know that I asked the deputy to inform Mr. Wright Bowles that he had an AOI next week because Mr. Hordos waived the exam. No audio. No audio. I didn't tell him that. I asked the deputy to do it.
Okay,
Okay.
I can hear you now. My son had to help me. I'm so sorry. Okay.
No problem. Miss Lewis, what are you calling in for? Because I don't think you're in the right spot.
It told me to click on
What
number
kind of case
2.
do you have?
It is.
What kind of case do you have? No, what
It's
kind of case? What's the charge?
Didn't pay on a bill.
Okay, so it's a civil case?
I'm being sued for a bill. Yeah, it says civil on the paper I got, I guess. Let me go back
All
to
right,
the
hold
other
on,
two.
just,
Hold on.
let me make sure. I think I know where you need to go. Let me make sure.
Okay.
And the name on screen is your name, Vera Lewis,
Yes. Yep.
right?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Yes. I can't hear you. Okay.
Miss Lewis,
Yes.
if you give me your phone number, I want to have one of my civil clerks call you and find out what's going on.
Okay. They send me the paper. It's 734
734
679
679
03
03
54.
54. You got that page?
Yep, I'll call her right now.
Okay, thanks, Miss Lewis. Stand by for phone call.
Okay,
Thanks,
thank you.
Judge.
Okay.
Jane, did you make any contact with defense attorney on Cavalli?
I
Muted.
did. She wants to hold it. She called the
Okay.
court and said, but this is, I can look at the handwriting and always know this was set on 11/4. I wasn't your felony prosecutor. We are expected.
So you're not ready for any of this docket today?
What?
You're not ready for any of the docket today?
Oh, no, the next two cases I scheduled. So Philip and Thomas, and I sent out subpoenas.
All right. So is she going to zoom in?
She's going to zoom in.
On Cavalli? Thank you.
Yep, she wants to hold. Yeah, it's when you come back from court, you're supposed to send out subs or notify or whatever the process for that court. And so I did that on Michael Phillip and Thomas Drake. Oh.
Somebody sent us a chat.
Probably Jane.
No, John Hortle's his phone number.
Oh, he did that first thing this morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Counsel, should I change your last name in our file?
I have two last names. One I like and the other I don't. Lambert is the one that I that I like.
Would you like Lambert on the file?
Please, thank you.
Tell him she needs to change it in the barger.
Yeah, Paula said change it in the bar journal. That's what's screwing you up.
Tell Paula that I would love to do that, but I've had a divorce pending for 3 years that's not final. So I will get rid of that name as soon as I can.
Good luck with that.
Thank
Mr. Cavalli is trying to connect.
Okay. He is working, but he pulled over to do this hearing. Do you see him trying to connect?
I pulled him in from the waiting room, but his audio is just, the dots jumping around, not connecting.
Okay. Well, hopefully that resolves itself. Do you want me to call him?
You know what? Let's find out what we're doing. Let's find out what we're doing.
Sure.
People versus Boris Cavalli. Ladies, give me your appearances.
Jane Morning,
Gillis
Your
on behalf of the people.
Stephanie Lambert on behalf of Mr. Cavalli. Good morning.
All right. My understanding is we've got an exam scheduled today. Miss Lambert, you want the exam, and I understand that Miss Gillis is unprepared because she just found out about it. That pretty much sum it up.
I didn't just find out.
Mr. Cavalli, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, good. You're connected. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, Jane. I cut you off. Go ahead.
I didn't just hear about it. I was not the one who said it. So when you said something, but it's okay because Stephanie knows what I'm talking about. I talked to Dennis Doherty this morning. I'm not prepared. Trooper Kurish did not Zoom in, and they have told me to hold off on refiling, Stephanie. So apparently your talk with Dennis helped, and maybe that's why the subpoena.
All right, so it sounds like Miss Lambert needs to make a motion right now.
Your Honor, we move to dismiss.
All right. All right, just for the record, the people are unprepared at this point. I will dismiss. It is dismissed without prejudice, Mr. Cavalli, which means the prosecutor's office could refile if they chose to.
Okay.
There is a bond. Of course, it's a 10% bond, so we keep 10%. The rest goes back to the poster. Mr. Cavalli, did you post this or did someone else?
So a friend of mine.
Okay, so your friend gets 90% of that money back.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else, ladies?
Yes, Your Honor, there is a $100,000 car hauler that was forfeited that Mr. Cavalli owns 1/3 of. And we ask that that be returned immediately as well.
Ms. Gillis, any objection to that?
I don't know anything about that, but I don't think there is. What I would suggest is this Miss Lambert talk with Dennis Doherty about how to get that back. I think it might be in forfeiture is the problem.
Ms. Lambert, does that work?
Yes, I can speak with the prosecutor, Your Honor.
Okay. If you're not getting anywhere, file a motion with me.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Mr. Cavalli, enjoy your day.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Normal and still in the waiting room? I don't know. That court's like, there's hardly ever anything that we do in that court. So I guess I don't think it's that abnormal.
Plus, I thought it's like the courtroom would just always be in there. The court prosecutor.
Yeah, that's how I am. Well, right here, no, they just have my picture up and they mute me. So
Yeah.
it's kind of weird. Okay, so Sarah, this is Laura, and she's in charge. She's the victim advocate, and she is really good. And
Good morning, Mr. Drake, or Mr. Thomas. We have you here, we have the prosecutor. We're just waiting on Mr. Glenn to check in, okay? So I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room until he does check in.
Okay, thank
But we
you.
do know you're here. Thank you.
That's what, yeah, that's what I'm assuming it is, and if that's the case, just see if they have a valid license. And Darren will, and Darren, he's a really nice guy, so he'll help you out too, when you talk to him, you know? And then these sentences, no, you shouldn't be in that, no. What's a crime report? Why does it say like a Watkins? He this crime report and how to make it domestic violence. I didn't see that one in my. It's a different document. This right here. Oh, I didn't know that was happening. So that's just interfering with the crime report. Oh, what they're trying to call 911. Okay, yeah, now I remember that one. So that one you would just. Let me go pull my file on that one, because I do remember that name, but it's not on the docket for some reason. Am I missing anything else? The TV, another one. Okay, so, church we already discussed, you can't get a hold of this, the complainant. Yeah, he never called me back.
Hey Laura, who's the victim advocate for Lincoln Park?
It's normally Kathy, but she's off. She emailed me a list of some of the, she said for the pre-trials of some of the victims stuff, and then she said she hasn't reached out to anybody for the advance on that. Yeah, normally we don't for the PCCs because they don't need to be there. Yeah. We usually touch base with them after we know what happened. Like so if they're not there at the pre-trial, is that grounds for them to say, okay, we're just gonna dismiss it? Okay. No. Okay. No. Not unless there was talk from the last time. Like sometimes at the final pre-trials, they do want the victim there. And if the victim's not there, that's usually because either Megan or another prosecutor has said, victims here, if the victim doesn't show up for final pre-trial, we'll dismiss. But Megan should make note too. Okay. You should have that in there. I think it's just that one, because it would be a yellow. Yellow or no. Yeah, then there's another domestic violence with this one, but we already talked about that. And the way we did, that one's just gonna be dismissal. And then, yeah, Angela should be a dismissal. I'll go pull my work policy file. Okay. And see what I have on there. I'll get back. Doesn't look like she's even calling back or. Can't remember the time. Victim has no voicemail set up. It's weird 'cause I wrote them there, so I don't know. And both drinking beer, right? Oh, yeah, you're- Under advisement, he's eligible. And she's not really returning calls. Doesn't look like he has much of a record other than drugs. So, he's eligible for it. He said it's CD under advisement. Yeah, that's like another, yeah, again, 769, .4A. Oh, that's the same as for the other one, the mental health one too. Yeah. Yeah, as long as they have nothing assaultive on the record. Normally the victim, they say the victim has to okay it too, but if the victim's not calling back, or it's something else, I think they go for it. It's better than nothing. Right. What you said? Because I don't know if Jane agrees.
What?
I just said, or even if the case is gonna get tanked and the victim wants not calling back, try the 769, see if you can get it.
Yeah.
Try to get something, then nothing. It was when case I was set for trial, if I could try. Yeah, but I didn't know that at school, so for what I read.
Morning, Carolyn. We're not ready yet.
Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Are you calling in on, yeah, I got you. Are you calling in on Drake Thomas?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Which file are you calling in on?
Drake Thomas.
Okay. I've got Mr. Thomas in my waiting room, but still waiting for Mr. Glenn, his attorney.
Okay. We have both officers here.
Yeah, 734 is your area code? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna text you. Okay, and then, yeah, if they let you in, you just say, hey, can you let Lauren to on the DV? Yeah. So I had to have Megan do that last time.
Morning, Royce.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Have you made contact with the PD on King?
Yep, I just hung up the phone with him 2 minutes ago. I told him to go ahead and join your court.
Awesome. I'll watch for him then.
Okay.
Royce, did you happen to get a cell phone number for Mr. King?
I did, yes.
Go ahead, give it to
Well,
me.
it's not his cell. He said that they confiscated his cell phone, but he gave me his mom's number.
Okay, I'll make that. No.
So what? Okay, 313-980-3327.
3327?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Probably a safe bet that he does not have an email.
He does not have an email. He gave me his mailing address if you don't already have it.
Is it on Dickerson?
Yep.
Thank you. All right. Good morning, Romulus.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Video Raymond's court's now in session. Can we have Timothy King step up? Good morning, Mr. King. Mr. Nunley, your appearance for Mr. King.
Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of defendant, Mr. King. We would waive a formal reading and ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty on his behalf.
Done, thank you. All right, we're looking at a probable cause conference date of 12/23. So that'll be in a week and 2 days. And what should I know about Mr. Dickerson, counsel, before I set bond?
Well, he's disabled right now. He's not working. He was shot in the head actually in 2016 and hasn't been able to be gainfully employed since. He says that he believes that he has a couple misdemeanor warrants, maybe one out of Detroit and one out of Lincoln Park. He thinks it's for open alcohol, and the other one was receiving stolen property. He lives alone. The alleged victim, they didn't live together, so there's no reason why he would need to return there. I told him that there's going to be a no contact order, explained to him that he can't get a hold of the person in any way, shape, or form. Being that he's disabled, he doesn't have any money.
Yeah.
So a bond of $10 means that he's going to be sitting in prison. Well, maybe
Right.
not $10,
Right.
maybe it's that. But we'd ask
Thank
that you consider a personal bond in this matter.
All right, Sergeant, do you have any information about pending warrants or open warrants for Mr. King?
1 second, Your Honor. He does have outstanding warrants. It looks like a lot of traffic warrants.
Any of those warrants look like anything that they'd pick him up on?
No, Your Honor, not to me.
All right. Mr. King, do you have any reason at all to be in the city of Romulus other than if you had some court business?
Nope. Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
the only one I see that may be possible is possession of stolen property.
And where's that out of, Sergeant?
Lincoln Park.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Sergeant, would you be so kind as to give Mr. King a notice for his probable cause conference December 23 at 9:10?
9:10 a.m. Got it.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. King, I'm going to put you on a personal bond with a couple conditions. The first one is the obvious one. You're going to cooperate with your next attorney so we can have a meaningful court date on Christmas Eve. All right, so we're going to pass on your mom's phone number and your address. We'll pass that on to the next attorney. Second condition is you are to have no contact at all with your wife. No phone calls, no letters. Don't send her a Christmas card. Don't have your friends check on her. You happen to run into her at Burger King, you're eating at Taco Bell. She calls you and says, honey, it's the holidays. We got to get together and work out our differences. You can't have contact with her just because she wants to have contact unless myself or another judge in this building changes it. So black robe only. She can't make a change to my order. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
All right. Is that clear enough, Mr. Nunley?
I believe so, Judge.
All right. So I'm going to put you on a personal bond. Stay out of Romulus and have no contact with Mrs. King.
Okay.
What's the court docket number, Your Honor?
20-1685. All right, Mr. King, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $5,000 if you mess up on bond?
Yes.
Any questions for your attorney, sir, while I got him online?
No, sir.
All right, understand, Mr. Nunley's only representing you today. There'll be another attorney who takes over for the next court date.
Yes, I do.
All right, good luck. Thank you, Mr. Nunley. We'll let you know if we get more work.
Sounds good. See you.
Yep. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Glenn.
Good morning. I have Drake Thomas.
And I think he's connecting right now. Mr. Thomas, can you hear me?
Yes, it's kind of choppy, but I can hear you.
All right, good morning. All right, gentlemen, I just put Jane Gillis, the Wayne County prosecutor, in a breakout room with the OIC, officer in charge.
Okay.
So they should be out, unless they terminate early, that room set up for like 5 minutes and 30 seconds or something. So
Okay.
we should be ready to get started pretty soon. You ready on your end, Mr. Glenn?
Yes, I am.
Okay, hopefully we can get started soon.
Okay.
Stay tuned.
All right.
So what is the deal with the case? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Counsel, you want me to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Thomas? You're muted, Counsel. Mr. Glenn?
Yes, I would. Thanks.
Yep. Stay tuned.
Okay.
Paula, how do you spell gorgeous? Thank you. Mr. Thomas, did you get in a breakout room or not?
No.
Well, let's try that again.
Has Mr. Glenn arrived?
He is. He wants a breakout with his client.
Okay, you can tell him I have all the witnesses here.
Okay, too late. He's in his breakout room.
Oh, okay.
All right, People versus Drake Thomas, and Miss Gillis, you are muted.
Got it.
Mr. Glenn, your appearance.
Okay, Luther Glenn appearing on behalf of Mr. Thomas Drake, who is present via Zoom. Mr. Drake, please raise your hand and state your name for the court, please.
Drake Thomas.
Got you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. Are we ready, Miss Gillis?
We are ready, Your Honor. I have a preliminary matter, which is difficult via Zoom, but it's easily looked. He's charged with felon in possession. He had been convicted of CCW back in 2017, which is, I have a printout of it, which Mr. Glenn can do too, easily just looking at Public Third Circuit Odyssey. So I guess I'd ask that that be allowed to be admitted.
Yeah, no objection
Mr.
for
Glenn?
exam. No objection for exam purposes only.
Okay.
Appreciate the stipulation, Counsel.
Okay. At this time, the people will call Officer Miller. And I can ask that my officer in charge, Detective Harkins, be allowed to sit in too, but we'll be calling Miller. We're not calling Harkins.
Okay, well, I would ask for a sequestration order for all the officers who are not testifying other than the officer in charge.
Harkins is the officer in charge.
Okay. Detective Harkins, your screen is muted. Thank you. And Detective, the room where you're at, is it just you and Officer Miller in that room? I'm sorry, repeat. All right, you're not, I barely heard you, but it's not picking up on the record that Paul's making. No, very garbled. There's it's like your mic is bad.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Much
Okay,
better, thank you.
Okay, it's
So
just
just-
myself and Officer Miller, sir.
Thank you very much. Officer Miller, slide a little bit. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gillis, your witness.
Okay, Officer Miller, on the date of 9/23/2020, were you working for the Romulus Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Okay, did you get a call to the area? Excuse me, to the
Bless
area
you.
of, thank you, Middle Belt and Goddard?
We had a call to the area of Middle Belt and Van Born with vehicles traveling south. We came across the vehicles in the area of Middle Belt and Goddard.
Okay, were you looking for a specific vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and did you pull that vehicle over?
Yes, there were several vehicles, but I pulled one of them over. Yes.
Okay, was it speeding?
Appeared to be, yes.
Okay, and what kind of vehicle did you pull over?
It was a Mini.
Mini Cooper?
Yeah.
Okay, and this was in Romulus?
Yes.
Okay, and when, after you pulled the vehicle over, did you approach the passenger or the driver's side?
I approached the driver's side.
Okay, and what happened when you approached the driver's side?
I noticed there was a female driver and a male passenger.
Okay,
The male passenger was moving around the seat, just appeared very nervous, fidgety, made me kind of uncomfortable.
okay,
So I had kind of just watched them very closely till I had my other another unit that was able to kind of help me.
okay. This is, okay, on my screen, Judge, I can only see the officer myself. Is there a way we can make the defendant? I need to have my deed.
Officer Miller, what are you looking at? You got a gallery view?
I see myself, yeah, prosecutor, defense attorney, and another gentleman on the right there at the top of my screen, and Judge, you're big in the middle.
Okay, so you've got
Okay.
gallery view.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you see that person that was in the passenger seat there on your screen?
I do.
Okay, what's he wearing?
to be a white shirt.
Okay, let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Noted.
Okay, and so what did you do next? You waited for someone to come back up, and then what happened next after that?
I had maintained contact with the driver, and I asked the assisting officer to have the passenger just step out so I could talk to the driver independently.
Okay,
And my partner, my backup had him step out. The passenger stepped out willingly and talked to him.
okay. And then what happened next when you're talking with the driver?
I was asking her, we were obviously dispatched for a situation of some kind of civil dispute. There were reports of guns involved. I just asked her kind of what she was doing in the area, kind of the backstory. I asked her if there was a gun in the car. She said no. And she immediately looked to the passenger area of the front, passenger front seat area.
Did you ask her again?
I did. And she admitted that there was a gun in the car.
Okay. Then what happened next after that?
I had her, the driver, step out, and she was secured in handcuffs. And I had indicated to my partner as well that we should secure the passenger as well.
Okay. At that point, did you do a search of the car? Did you do an inventory search or a search of the car?
I did search the vehicle. I located a black handgun in the glove compartment on the passenger side of the vehicle, along with several personal items, pill bottles, whatnot, with the name Drake Thomas on them. There was a pill bottle.
Let's go through that slowly.
Okay.
You found a pill bottle?
I found a few pill bottles. One specifically was in the driver's map pocket, little pocket at the bottom of the driver's door, and it had the name of Drake Thomas on it. And I also noticed on the keys to the vehicle, the keychain with the key fob, there was a employment ID with the name of Drake Thomas with a picture of the passenger on it.
Okay. Did you ask either of these, the driver or the passenger, if they had a CPL?
I did ask the driver. She stated that she did not.
Okay. And hold on one second. Okay, I have no further questions of this witness.
Mr. Glenn, questions for this officer?
Yeah, just a couple. Officer Miller, now, when you were observing inside of the car and you were looking at the female driver and the male passenger, did you see anyone put anything or attempt to take anything out of the glove compartment?
I did not. Well, I take that back. As I approached, no, but I did request the registration and insurance for the vehicle, and the passenger did open the glove compartment then.
Or when she opened the glove compartment, could you see a firearm at that time?
I did not.
Okay. What was she able to produce a registration and insurance?
I don't recall specifically if she handed me either or both, but the passenger retrieved them, handed them to the driver or to me directly.
All right. And who was the car registered to?
If I can refer to my report, I can do that.
Sure.
Go ahead, officer.
Okay. Vehicle is registered to a Michael Hanink, Hanink.
All right. And that car, it wasn't reported stolen or anything, was it?
No.
Okay. Were you able to determine who this person that the car was registered to, who that was?
Yes, I spoke with him afterwards.
Okay. And does he have any relationship to either one of the driver or the passenger of the car?
He has a relationship, a former relationship with the driver.
Okay, that would be the female passenger?
Yes.
And what relationship would that have been?
I, I don't recall if they were married. They have children in common.
Okay. And this weapon that was retrieved, was it registered to someone?
Again, if I could refer to my report.
Okay, so if it's okay with the court.
Sure.
It is. It was registered to somebody unrelated to this. I believe it was. One second here. It was reported stolen out of the city of Detroit and registered to another person.
All right. All right. And when you got the information from the driver that there was a firearm in the car, where was Mr. Thomas at that time? Was he standing outside the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he was in the presence of your partner at that time, or secured by your partner?
He was just speaking with my partner at that time. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Gillis, anything else for this officer?
No, Your Honor.
Officer Miller, you can go back to your duties. Thank you very much. Be safe.
At this time, we call Officer Kilgore for some brief testimony.
Thank you. Officer Kilgore, right hand, please. Swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Gillis.
Officer Kilgore, I'd like to draw your attention back to the date of September 23rd, 2020. Were you working as a Romulus police officer?
Yes.
And were you working with Corporal Ryan Miller?
Yes.
Okay, and were you with him when he stopped a Mini Cooper?
Yes.
Okay, and did you detain the passenger of that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and while you were detaining the passenger of that vehicle, did he make any sort of unsolicited statements to you regarding the gun in the car?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said it belonged to a friend.
Okay, I have no other questions for this officer.
Mr. Glenn.
Okay, when he made the statement, had a gun been pulled out of the glove compartment, or was it still concealed somewhere in the car?
Not recall.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
And Ms. Gillis, anything else for this officer?
Nothing else.
All right, Officer Kilgore, stay safe.
We have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Glenn, safe to assume you have no defense witnesses?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, I think that means it's time for argument.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask that the defendant be bound over on the charges contained in the information and complaint. We've identified the defendant by Officer Miller, and this happened in the city of Romulus. He was carrying a gun. He was in the car within his, possession, or not possession, but control area, you know, within reach. Constructive possession is the word I was looking for. And he also admitted to Officer Kilgore that it was his friend's gun. So he had knowledge that the gun was in the car. He is a felon. He's not supposed to be in possession with one. Also, there was many indications that the car was a car that he regularly used because of his ID and his medication bottles and things like that. I'd ask that I think we've shown enough that there was probable cause to charge him, probable cause to bind him over on the charges. Thank you. That's it.
And Mr. Glenn.
I would object to the bind over, Your Honor. In this matter, my client was a passenger in a vehicle that was not registered to him. Even though a keychain allegedly has some type of identification or employer identification on a keychain, that does not give my client constructive possession of the car other than his ideas on a keychain. When this car was pulled over, my client wasn't doing anything that would cause anyone to believe that he was doing anything illegal. The mere fact that the car is being pulled over by the police and he's asked to step out would make anyone nervous. And so I don't think that his behavior of being nervous is anything that's unusual. Also, there wasn't any type of furtive gestures or movement in the car that would indicate somebody was putting something into the glove compartment or taking something out of the glove compartment. The firearm was not registered to my client. It was stolen from somewhere. And this vehicle was registered to what the ex-boyfriend or the father of some children that this man has in common with the driver. In this matter here, it has nothing to do with my client knowing anything about a gun being placed in the car. When the gun was taken out of the glove box, that's my friend's gun, or I know who that belongs to. He didn't say that was his gun. The mere fact that he knows that the boyfriend or the ex of the driver carries a gun or has a gun doesn't mean that he knows anything about it was in the car that he was carrying it. And so this has nothing to do with constructive possession or knowledge. The gun wasn't in anyone's view, even when the officer asked for the insurance and registration, and that was retrieved out of the glove box. Neither one of the officers said they saw a firearm at that time. So in this matter, the gun that was in the car, it was out of sight. It wasn't like you can open the glove box and everybody could see it. That's not what's going on here at all. This was a situation where it looks like a pistol was actually pulled out of the glove box. And that's where the query for the passage of the car as to whose gun it was or where it came from. But that's not possession or constructive possession for anyone to be charged with carrying a concealed weapon, and certainly not felony firearm. So I think that the matter should be dismissed due to insufficient evidence, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Gill's response.
He's, when you're a convicted felon after that, unless you make an application, you're not allowed to ever be in, around, near, have guns in your house, have guns in a car that you occupy, anything. And he did make nervous gestures before they even pulled the gun out. So I think that that would be enough for probable cause.
Mr. Glenn, I think your client in the passenger seat, the glove box right in front of him, and his comment about that's my friend's gun is plenty of probable cause, even without the pill bottles with his name and the ID. Granted, it's a pretty weak factual case, but probable cause is a pretty low standard. I'm going to bind over. AOI will be on the 28th. Anything else to bond, folks?
I would ask that they be continued, Your Honor.
Hearing nothing from Ms. Gillis, that will be the case.
Yep, that's fine.
Mr. Thomas, I wish you luck downtown, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stay healthy, all.
Okay, you too.
Catch you next time, Carolyn.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Jane, I've got the defendant for the next one, but no attorney yet.
Okay, I should have. I should have an officer or trooper Motulinski. I don't know how to pronounce
Nope,
his
nobody
name.
in the waiting room yet.
Okay, I talked to him last night. He should be there. I just can't figure out how to get my screen so I can see anybody but you.
Somewhere on there, you should have a spot where you can click on gallery view. Try upper right.
Okay.
Jane, hover and it should show up.
Nope. There's a star like in the right-hand corner.
Mr. Phillip, can you hear me?
No.
Mr. Phillip, you got audio?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir. I just
How are
wanted to
you?
let you know that I'm doing fine. Thank you. I just wanted to let you know I see you in my waiting room. We're waiting for your attorney to show up.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm just gonna, you can just hang out where you're at. I'm just gonna stick you, put you on mute.
That computer shut down.
Hmm.
I need it up for some reason. But it's not this way.
Good morning. Are you our trooper?
Morning, yes. Trooper Modelinsky, MSP. How are you?
Wonderful. How do you say it, Troop?
Modelinsky.
Your name? Modelinsky. Just how it is. Yeah.
Common spelling.
Yeah. Once you know how to say it, it makes perfect sense. Thank you. Good morning. We're waiting for the defense attorney to show up. Just going to leave you where you're at and put you on mute.
Let me get in there, bud.
Good morning.
Good morning, counsel. All right, ladies, appearances, please. People versus Michael Phillip.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robin McCoy on behalf of Mr. Michael Phillip, who is appearing via Zoom.
Good morning. And Mr. Phillip, you still got good audio?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Ms. Gillis, I think your trooper's probably your first witness.
I think he's my only witness.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Yep.
Yes, Your Honor.
Trooper, please raise your right hand for me. Do you, sir, swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gillis, your witness.
Okay. Trooper, is it Motlinsky, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Trooper Motlinsky, were you working as a Michigan State Trooper on the date of 10/9/2020?
Yes.
Were you patrolling in the area of eastbound 994 near Middle Belt in the city of Romulus?
Yes.
Okay. And did something catch your attention on that date?
Yes.
Okay. What was that?
The vehicle driven by the defendant was a U-Haul rental van.
Okay. And what was unusual or what?
Based on my training experience, U-Haul vans are frequently failed to return and entered in lien as stolen. I conducted the lien SOS NCIC check of the plate. It returned as stolen. I made the traffic stop.
Okay. And so you had checked before you stopped even that it was a stolen vehicle.
Correct. I ran the plate and then checked to see who was driving and then made.
Okay. And so did you, then you approached the vehicle once it pulled over?
Correct.
Okay. And do you see that, do you have a full screen view?
Yes.
Do you see the person that you pulled over in that vehicle?
Yes, the defendant, Michael Phillip, is on the screen.
Okay,
Noted for the record.
Okay. And when you approached him, tell me what happened what happened?
I contacted the driver. I'm going to refer back to my report.
That's okay if you need to refresh your recollection.
I immediately asked him to exit the vehicle. I told him the reason for the stop. Once I had him outside of the car, I learned he initially rented the vehicle from the U-Haul facility in Detroit. He paid for the first week. He was overcharged. The credit card declined. He was planning on returning the vehicle on his own when his own was fixed in the future.
Were these unsolicited statements? Or did you give them at Miranda, or what, how did that?
This was under Miranda.
Oh, you had given him his Miranda rights.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you discussed this, and he admitted that that he knew that it had not been returned.
That's correct.
So he had had it almost 2 months at this point.
That's correct.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to verify with the legal possessors of the U-Haul van that that was in fact stolen and that he did not have permission to have it at that time?
That's correct. I was provided a business card by the defendant. I contacted the person on that business card. He identified himself as the U-Haul manager, and I confirmed that that's correct.
That he did not, that Mr. Phillip did not have permission to be in the vehicle at that time,
That's correct.
and or be the holder of that vehicle at that time. Okay. And did you get a value on the vehicle?
I'm referring back to my report on that.
Or should I say, was the vehicle worth more than 20,000 according to the legal possessor?
I don't recall anything in my report documenting the specific value. Looking through my report. I believe I conducted some kind of search on using the internet. It had a place of value of the vehicle over $20,000, but that's not documented in my report.
Okay. But you did do some research to determine the value of the vehicle.
That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Ms. McCoy?
Yeah, so it's officer, is it sergeant or detective?
Trooper.
Trooper, okay. And then how do you pronounce your name? Is it Matalinsky or?
That's correct. You nailed it.
Okay. All right. So Trooper Matalinsky, you said that you came upon my client in the U-Haul on that day. So this it wasn't just a traffic stop. There was, in your testimony, you said you stopped him because you believed that the car could have been stolen. Is that correct?
I ran the license plate and the license plate return came back stolen, correct?
Okay. But before that, there was no issue about him running a red light or speeding or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. And then I know you said in your testimony that you did engage with my client and he indicated that he had initially rented the U-Haul. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall, were you provided with any documentation of the rental?
I don't recall. I'd be referring back to my report.
Yeah, that's fine. Are you saying, you referring back to report, you don't recall being provided with that?
I don't recall being provided. I'm looking at my report now.
Okay.
Looks like I located a U-Haul rental agreement bearing the defendant's name and the corresponding vehicle information. And according to that rental agreement, the lease ended August 3rd, 2020.
Okay. And then you said August 3rd, 2020. And you said that you testified that you did reach out to the U-Haul manager and there was an indication that the car had initially been rented. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And did my client, was there any indication given to you of him making payments or references to him, any documentation about him making payments after the lease term ended?
To my knowledge, some information was provided indicating the credit card on file was declined.
Okay. Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Gillis, any follow-up for the trooper?
No, Your Honor.
Trooper, you can get back to real life. Thank you for your time. Stay healthy.
Thank you all. Be safe.
Thank
Ms.
you.
McCoy, any witnesses from the defense?
No, not at this time, Your Honor.
Ladies, I'm ready for argument.
I'd ask the defendant be bound over on the charges contained in the information and complaint. He was ID'd, it was in Romulus. He talked to the U-Haul company. They indicated that he did not have possession. The guy admitted that his credit card was declined. They tried to.
Ms. Gillis, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Paula's having trouble hearing you on her recording equipment.
It's okay. I'll repeat. I'll just say that, we had testimony from Trooper Motlinsky and he identified the defendant. It was in the city of Romulus. He indicated that he talked to the rental company, the U-Haul company, indicating that they said that this guy did not have permission to have the car at this time. It had been over 2 months and he was supposed to, almost 2 months since he was supposed to return it. They had reported it stolen. And he indicated that he looked into the value of the car and that it was over $20,000. I'd say that we have enough information for probable cause that he be bound over on the charges contained in the information complaint.
Ms. McCoy.
Yes, well, Your Honor, we would object to the bind over. There was no indication that he was stopped for speeding or for a traffic offense. I know that there was indication, the officer said he had a hunch. He did say he looked it up and that the car was reported stolen. He also said that there was, in fact, had been a valid rental agreement, although there was an issue about the time frame as far as the lease ending. And so we would just object to the bind over. I mean, it does appear that there's a question of fact for the trier of fact, but we believe that this is a misunderstanding. So.
All right. I agree. It's an issue for the trier of fact. I'm going to bind Mr. Phillip over. Mr. Phillip, your next court date is December 28 at 9 a.m. Bond will be continued, and I will wish you luck downtown, sir. Ladies, anything else?
Nothing.
Nothing at this time, Your Honor. I hope you all stay safe. And
Same to you. Thank you.
yeah, Mr. Phillip, I'll call you on the phone.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day, ladies.
You too.
Okay, we're all set, right, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
That's fine. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I think he'll know who I am. Why do I have a background of a bridge? Oh, hi. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to change it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, bye.
I lost Christine now, though.
She probably was trying to get that background off.
Computer audio. Goodbye, child. Oops. Hello. Here we go.
Good afternoon, ladies.
Hi.
Afternoon, sir.
Lost you.
Oh, let's try that.
I had Christine a minute ago, but I lost her.
She said back in the waiting room.
Oh. Ooh, there we go.
Still an iPhone.
Okay. Who's
And I
getting
think
in?
she's coming back.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Maybe.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Pretty bridge.
Hello.
Oh,
We're,
I see the
we're
bridge.
getting the
me.
top of your head, Christine.
Yes, just the very top of your head.
Oh, hello. I
Yes.
don't know where that bridge came from. I don't know how to get rid of it.
Nice.
If you go to, I think it's in the corner. I don't know how to do it either.
I don't know. I don't want to mess with it while I'm on it. I don't know where that
Yeah.
came from.
So, ladies, how have you been?
Good.
Good.
What's new?
Just-
I'm at work. Jade's at home.
What have you been up to, Jade?
I just started working
Where are you working at?
a restaurant by my house.
Which one?
It's called Vinnie Max.
What are they doing? Takeouts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. What
She
are
can
you doing
walk.
for school?
I graduated.
At the challenge.
All right.
No. Yeah.
Wow.
She completely
That's
graduated.
right. That's right. Yeah, it's been so long.
Mhm.
Yeah. What'd you think of the challenge, Jade?
I liked it.
Yeah.
It's
Good.
definitely
Good. So
different.
what's the plan now?
I don't know. I'm just kind of going with the flow right now.
That's a bad way to go.
Yeah.
I'm giving her till after the holidays, and then we're gonna sit down and figure things out. I just figured we've got
Mhm.
family just came into town. She's just starting working at this place. I'm gonna give her this month to just kind of.
Yeah.
But then after the first of the
Yeah, but
year,
Jade, how'd you get out of the challenge without having a plan? Isn't that part of getting out of the challenges? They make you have some kind of a future plan?
Yeah, we did, and then I don't
she
know.
had one. She had a fantastic one, and then she came home, and now she's not sure. So
Okay. What was the plan?
The Army.
Okay. And what? The Army, what? Like Army for 25 years? What?
I don't know.
Army until they trained you to do job X? Well, what was your plan? I know your plan had to be more specific than just Army. So tell me what the plan was at the challenge.
It wasn't really that specific. It was just
No, she told me she wanted to do something in the medical field, like EMT
Right?
type stuff. And she got
Okay.
certified with CPR and she got certified with the, Jade, what are those things called? The AED stuff. So she kind of likes doing that stuff, which
Right.
is amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We're gonna talk after the holidays and figure things out and go from there. I don't know if college is an option. I don't know because it's not in mom's budget.
Right. Right.
So
So Jade, what was it about the Army that you thought was a good idea while you were in Battle Creek?
Schooling,
What about it?
free schooling, because I know we can't afford it.
That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to hear. Yeah, because that's a big deal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you talk to anybody? Did you talk to recruiters when you were at Battle Creek?
I did, but they were. I took my ASVAB, but they weren't. I don't know
Right.
how to explain it.
So here's one thing I would suggest you do. After the craziness of the holidays, go over in Canton on Ford Road where all the recruiters are in one building, and you can talk to a bunch of them. I mean, you can talk to the Coast Guard recruiter, you can talk to the Air Force, the Navy, you can talk to them all. And just tell them, look, I went through the Michigan Youth Challenge, loved it. I'm not sure what I want to do with the next stage of my life. What do you guys got to offer? It can't hurt. You know, they're not going to make you sign up for something right there. They're just going to talk. I like the idea. Two things I heard here that I like. Number one, you recognize the fact that money's an issue for you to get some kind of education. The military is a great solution to that. Number two, what I hear is that you're thinking something in the medical field. I like both of those. Here's a cool thing about the medical field. There are some pretty good paying jobs you can get that you don't have to spend, $70,000 on a 4-year college degree to get the job.
Yeah.
A. B, the other thing that's really cool, and especially when I'm talking to young ladies, the other thing that's cool about the medical field is, let's say you're a phlebotomist. You know what a phlebotomist is?
No.
Okay, phlebotomist is the person that takes the blood out of your arm.
Oh,
You know, if you go for a blood test. Okay. No, I'd use that. All right. So you're not a phlebotomist, you're an x-ray tech. All right.
Okay.
You're doing x-rays. Any of those positions, there's a need for those people 24/7. So for example, let's say, 10 years down the road, you want to start a family. You don't want to quit working just because you want to start having your babies. So you can work real flexible hours around, your husband's work schedule, your kid's school schedule. There's all kinds of flexibility in the medical profession. You tell me you want to be a legal secretary, you're planning on working Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Okay. There are some exceptions, but not a lot of them. So there are certain jobs that don't give you very much as far as options. EMT, you want to work midnights as an EMT? You can work midnights as an EMT. So there are certain jobs that give you the flexibility of working when you want to work, not just a special 9 to or a specific 9 to 5. The cool thing is all branches of the military have people there that do just about anything you can do in the medical field, right? So the Army has medics. What's a medic? Pretty much it's a paramedic in the real world. That's what the medic is.
Yeah.
The Army has people that do x-rays in the Army medical facilities. So you could get an education from the branch of the military that you go into that gives you the skill set you need. So let's say you sign up for 5 years, 6 years, you do your years with the Coast Guard or the Navy or the Air Force, whoever, and you decide, I don't want to make this a career. They've trained you to do something that's a skill that you can take into the real world and get a job doing it. You follow me? So for example, you let the Army or the Air Force train you to be a helicopter mechanic. Well, yeah, you can still get a job in the real world as a helicopter mechanic, but there aren't that many people hiring helicopter mechanics. Right? But every hospital and every clinic in the world needs somebody that can do, blood draws and x-rays and ultrasounds and all that kind of stuff. So I would encourage you to go over on Canton Road and just sit down and talk to the recruiters and see if they've got anything to offer you. And you need to talk to more than one of them because at any given time, one branch might be offering a sweetheart deal because they need, for example, when you go talk to them, the Coast Guard might be looking to get more women to join. So they might have a sweetheart deal where, look, we'll let you pick what area you go into and you only have to guarantee us 4 years. Whereas down the hall, when you're talking to the Army, they want you to give them 6 years before they give you the training you want. You follow me?
Yeah.
So to a certain extent, it's a negotiation. You have to shop a little bit to see who's offering the best deal to fit your plans.
And with her being so young, that's what we told her too. With her being so young, she could go in for 3, 4, 5 years and come out and she's still only 21, 22 years old.
Right, right.
But then she might get in and decide she wants to see the world and
awesome.
You never know.
Even better. Because now she puts in her 25 years, gets a great pension, and she comes out, she's still young enough to do something in the private sector with what she learned.
Yes.
What is your
Yeah.
son doing? Is he signed up for how long?
He's actually just re-upped for another 5 years. And his wife actually just enlisted and leaves for basic training on the 27th of December.
Oh, wow.
So
Awesome.
they're
And what branch is
gonna
he in?
be Army. Yeah, he's in the Army and she joined also. So they're in Kentucky right now.
Yep.
They were in Texas and they just moved to Kentucky. So they're actually sitting on my couch right now, but yeah.
Sleeping on your couch right now.
Yeah.
So how many years does he have in?
He has 3 in right now with a minimum of 5 more to go.
Good, good.
So far. And if he likes what he's doing, he's plans to just stick it out.
What's he going to be doing? Does he know?
Well, right, he's frontline artillery. Yeah, I mean yeah, he's a specialist. So
Yeah. Okay,
yeah.
Cool.
Jade,
Well,
how
that's
did you do on
somebody
your
to talk
ASVAB?
I got a 25 both times I took it,
Mm-hmm.
which was really
Out of what?
irritating. It goes to however high, I believe. Past the
I
100.
don't know what the top score is.
One kid got a 98.
They say to get in anything that she's looking, she needs to be up in at least what?
42.
Oh, I thought it was the mid 30s. I thought.
Passing point, I can get a job with a 31, but for what I'm looking at is like a 40 something.
Yeah, the range is from 1 to 100.
Yeah.
Obviously 50 is average. So yeah.
But she can do
Well,
it. She's just got to study harder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you can study for that test just like any other test.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not pushing her to do anything.
That's the other thing about going and talk to the recruiters, Jade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, just push her to do something, Mom.
And I am. She can't, she's, with her being done right now with high school completely done, she can't just flip burgers and wait on people until forever. So she's got to do something.
No, because
Right.
yeah, here, Jade, you are in an absolutely awesome position right now to like jumpstart life. But and that's why I love the idea of signing into the military, because for at least a couple years, you're going to be gainfully employed, learning cool stuff, building a great resume while you try to decide what you want to do with the rest of your life. Most kids your age waste 3 or 4 years just floating around while they're trying to decide what they want to do. So this gives you a chance to get way ahead of the curve. Way ahead of the curve. Yeah.
Definitely.
Well, and some of the sergeants at the Challenge Academy said she was real good with the structure and that they thought she would do well joining, even if it was just for a few years to get the training. That she did really well with the structure there.
Right.
And she seemed to, with talking to her,
Hey,
I
Mom.
think she did really well with it.
Yeah, let's be real. How old are you now, Jade?
16, sir.
Yeah. So let's be real, Mom. At 16, most kids are going to make some really bad decisions in the next 3 or 4 years.
We've already done that.
If
We
she's
don't
in the
wanna get them-
military, it takes some of that out. Yeah, I mean, if she goes into the military as soon as you can sign. When do you turn 17, Jade?
February 22nd.
Great. So you could be on a bus going to basic training on February 23rd, which would be awesome. Yeah, because it's a great place. I think the military is a great place to get a level of maturity so that you can make some better decisions about your future. Most kids at 16, they're going to screw around for another 2 or 3 years minimum before they're in a position to make any good decisions about what they want to do with life. Yeah. Can you tell I'm trying to push you to sign up?
Yeah.
Well, she knows I have been
Yeah,
too. I won't lie. She knows I have been, but it is her decision, and I know it's her decision. I'm just trying to tell her my point of view at least, and what I see, and hoping, it's up to her at this point. I can't make her, and I'm not going to try, because we're on a good page between the two of us right now. We're in a good place, and I don't want to change that anywhere.
Sure. Jade, one other thing I'll suggest is when you're talking to the recruiters, if you find somebody that they have a program that appeals to you, then ask them what they think is the best way you can prepare to take the test again.
Okay.
They might have some real good, suggestions, study tools, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Christine, what else is going on?
Nothing, I don't think. I was under the impression that it was all set in stone that she was going into the military. So I was actually kind of surprised to hear this. I just wonder what changed, Jade.
I thought the same thing till she came home and said no.
Yeah.
She didn't know what we thought the same
What
thing.
changed your mind, Jade?
Lily, hold on. I can't
Sorry,
play
the
right now.
granddaughter-
I can't play. I can't play right now. Keep your child out of my room. My bad.
That's all right. So what changed your mind?
I don't know. I guess coming home and not wanting to leave again.
Mhm.
Being gone again.
I get it.
Yeah.
Keep Lily in the living
I
room.
get it. But by the time you get through the holidays with family, you might be ready to
She
leave.
just came into his room.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know.
Please watch her closer. Thank you. Oops.
You still with the
there?
boyfriend?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I am.
What's he
Get
doing?
rid of him.
I thought he was going
I'm
away to
serious.
college.
Get rid of your boyfriend. You don't need a boyfriend.
He's working currently.
No
Where's he
school.
working?
Yeah. And he's not going. He's doing online
He works at Amazon.
because of COVID.
Yeah.
Dump him.
No.
Get your Christmas present like most of you cold-blooded women do, and then dump him.
Not happening.
No, seriously, listen to me. You do not need you're 16. First of all, you're way too damn young to have a committed relationship. And at this stage in your life, it's a bad thing.
No.
I'm telling you, listen to me. Do you think you're going to marry this guy someday? Is he the one? Answer the question. Do you think he's the one? Capital, the one.
You
want me to
sound
kick
like
mom
me.
out of the meeting?
No, because you're saying everything I've said.
Jade, answer my question.
I don't know. I mean, we've been dating for almost a year.
Ooh.
Mom, shut up.
A whole year? My God, you're invested.
Yeah.
But listen, if he is the one, your relationship will survive you doing 6 years in the military. If he's not the one, don't limit your future opportunities for something temporary. You follow my reasoning?
Yeah.
You understand it?
She doesn't agree with your reasoning, but she's listening.
That's all right. I'm not asking you to agree. I just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here's the problem. And this is why I will talk differently to you than I might talk to a guy. Because not that it's right, But in our society, it's socially acceptable for a young man to father a child and then go out and lead his life and forget all about the baby. You get pregnant, now the military is not as it's still an option, but it's not as viable of an option. Because now you got to figure out what happens to this baby while I'm in basic. Mom going to raise your baby while you're in basic training? She shouldn't. It's not her baby, right?
But who said I'm gonna get pregnant?
I'm not saying you're going to get pregnant, but you can get pregnant in a committed relationship. I always tell girls your age, you don't need a boyfriend. You need friends who happen to be boys. You should have a list with at least 10 guys on it. So if you want to go do something fun and you want to do it with a boy, you go to the top of the list and you call until one of them says, yeah, I'm available Saturday night. And they're all at the same, they're all just friends. They're guys that you like to hang out with. Because those types of friends, not a committed relationship, but those types of friends can't put pressure on you. Because if one of them pressures you to do something you don't want to do, you just say, dude, you're off my list. And you go from 10 on the list to 9 on the list. But committed relationships are where young people get in trouble. I won't sleep tonight if I don't give you my lecture.
Well, do what you gotta do, sir.
Hey, I'm telling you, Christine, who do you think I'm thinking of right now?
Let me pull the list out.
Well,
I don't know.
I'll ring a bell. I'll ring a bell real loud. The best candidate, without a doubt, the best candidate that Christine and I ever sent to the Michigan Youth Challenge Academy was a young lady that got kicked out when they found out she was pregnant after she got there. She didn't plan on getting pregnant. As a matter of fact, Christine, I think if you remember right, I think she stood right in the main hallway and told me she was not going to get pregnant.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yes. Yes. I know who you're talking about. Yes.
She guaranteed me she would not get pregnant.
Yeah, we hear that from a lot
Because
of
I had to
people.
work her. I didn't have to work you. Christine and I didn't even work you. Didn't even beat you up to get you to go to the challenge. This
No.
girl, we worked her. I mean, we spent time working her. Finally got her committed to go to the challenge. She went, and 2 weeks later, she was home because after she got there, they found out she was pregnant. I don't know how she thought she was going to fool them.
Wow.
Yep.
This girl, I'm telling you, this girl, super, super smart. She probably would have been a 4-star general someday if she would have gone to the Youth Challenge Academy, if she would have followed the plan I had for her life.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't too many 16 or 17-year-old girls that plan on getting pregnant, but shit happens when you're in a committed relationship. So I can't forbid you to have a boyfriend. I would if I could. If I could do it effectively, I would forbid you.
Oh, Lord.
But I
me
realize
too.
I can't do that, so I just want to give you some stuff to think about. All right, just be careful because a boyfriend can derail any future plans you've got.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I don't want to leave our meeting on a lecture downer note, but I had to get that off my chest. Careful, very, very careful.
Mm-hmm.
Tread softly.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
Anything else, Jade?
Oh, ma'am.
Do you want to, I mean, you didn't really talk much about the challenge. How did you do? I know you completed school, but I mean, how was it?
I made a lot of friends.
Oh, made a lot of friends.
That's cool.
Which is cool. We have a group chat and we text like every day.
Oh, good. Would you recommend it for other people? Are you recommending it for other people? Do you have anybody in mind?
You remember the kid Kamani?
Yeah.
He texted me the other day and asked me about it.
Really?
Oh, that's encouraging.
I told him I would write him if he went.
And
he was like, I'll have to look into it.
I was bummed I didn't get to come visit you guys and bring pizza.
Man, I was bummed nobody got to come visit me either.
I know, that sucks. So who else was there? Steven and Joshua. Davenport and Hyder.
Yeah. Oh, Davenport? He talks too much about himself. So annoying.
Yeah.
I don't know Hyder, but Davenport, I had him in my English class and he talked so much.
That sounds about right.
My hood this, my hood that.
My hood, my Romulus hood.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's
It
straight
was
up
a-
street.
Yeah.
He was rather annoying.
Yeah, I could see that.
Mhm.
Yep. So those were the three that I knew. Everybody completed. I don't think everybody graduated though.
No, not everyone graduated, but everyone completed.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely a life-changing experience. We all are really close,
Mm-hmm.
even
Good.
though
What'd you
COVID
learn about
separated
yourself,
us a
Jade?
lot. Huh?
What'd you learn about yourself?
I don't know how to explain it.
Did you learn that you're capable of more things than you thought you were?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's pretty important information to have too.
I can do a lot of things
Especially
if I
when
put
you're
my
16.
mind to it.
That's an awesome tool to put in the toolbox.
Mm-hmm. Didn't think I was
Yeah.
gonna bust out those push-ups like I did, or as many as I did.
Jade, were you trying to sabotage yourself
Yeah.
going there before? Because I feel like you were. We can talk
I knew
about it
I
now.
knew I needed to go. I knew I needed to go.
Uh-huh. But were you trying to sabotage yourself from going?
At one point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt it.
It was inevitable when I was in the car on the way there. I'm like, dang.
I guess so. Well, I'm glad you went. Very proud. You did well.
Yes.
Yeah, me
Mhm.
too. Me
Yes.
too. What
She
was the
did
worst
2
part
years.
about the challenge for you?
The food.
Really?
Starting first class Baynard.
Oh, I love her. How do you not like Baynard?
Well, we nicknamed her TT Baynard.
Okay.
She's TT.
She's been there forever. She's tough. But I feel like
Yeah.
everybody likes her. Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I don't like her. She's just really. She does a lot. Does the most.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Sergeant Johnson. Female Sergeant Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
She's my
Yeah.
favorite.
She's nice.
Look! I convinced my mom to get me a fish while I was gone.
A
I had
fish?
I had all the girls write her a letter.
Oh my gosh.
I got an envelope full of letters. There was probably 18 letters from 18 different girls in her platoon explaining to me why Jade needed to get a fish when she got home.
But all the other girls were in quarantine, or I either didn't talk to them because I didn't like them. So that was all the girls that I needed approval for. So I got a fish. His name is Noodle.
What kind of fish is it?
He's a beta.
Yeah.
You have to clean his, not cage, his whatever.
Yeah, I was.
That's after we hang up.
Yeah, I
okay.
was just about to do that after we hung up.
Okay. Good.
Yeah.
Some responsibility. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, I'm anxious to follow up after you've come up with a plan.
Mhm.
I'd like to hear the plan.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Mom, contact me when she's got a plan, and we'll set up a Zoom.
Okay.
Sound good?
Enjoy
After the holidays.
the holidays and how old's your niece that you're gonna go play with after you clean the Beta's bowl?
4.
Yeah. 4?
She's going to be living with
Have
us
fun.
for the next 4 to 6 months. So,
Oh, because mom's in training.
yeah, mom's going to boot camp and my
Yeah.
son is going into training. So he'll be on like
Yep.
a 4 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Yep.
crazy schedule. So she's going to stay with us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
Another good reason to
Yes.
get out in February, Jade.
I can deal with her though. I can deal with her.
Yeah.
She
How
was
long?
in my. Huh?
Yeah, but how long have you lived with a 4-year-old before?
I have a little sister.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
On her dad's side, she does. She has a little sister that's 3.5. So
Best thing ever.
Jade, are you seeing your dad? Are you talking to him?
We. I mean, I can't say it's not complicated. I mean, we're working on our relationship. I just seen my sister Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I just seen her for the first time Saturday since I've been home, and I've hung out with him 2 or 3 times since I've been home. He didn't write me while I was gone, but that's whatever. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm at least glad to hear you're working on the relationship. I know it was a little tainted before you left.
Mm-hmm.
All right, kid, enjoy your holidays.
You too, sir.
Can't wait to hear the plan.
Yes, we'll get back with you after everything's all said and done and she figures things out.